and put it in my title bar.
I guess so. All right, let's give a hand for our favorite members. These calves are tough. I think that they're almost a little bit more tough than our steers and heifers sometimes at a larger age. They just on their mind is sleep with their mothers, and I think that their moms are reciprocating that energy as well back. So these are your future 4-H'ers in the ring here. I believe there's a couple that will be going into 4-H in a couple of years. And I'd like to congratulate them for having the courage to come out here in the ring and showcase their animals. Cleavers, you are able to exit the ring, and they will have prizes for you later on tonight at awards. Great marshals and barn bosses, if you guys could let the kids know in the back that they only have 10 more minutes of grooming time. bringing in our first class of showmanship and grooming in the senior division. We're going to welcome back our judge, Luke Germain. And first in the ring is going to be number 41, Hannah Pelshaw. Jessica Tetro, number 48, followed by 49, Mason Tetro. Number 82, Reed McMahon. Stella Purdy, number 83. Arthur Yans, number 38. Followed by number 79, Autumn Corey. Number 51, Jolene Gamache. And rounding out our class today is Damon Van Eiderstein. Judges, your class is complete, and I'm just going to reassure you guys that the judge you're supposed to be paying attention to and looking at is your confirmation judge, which is Kevin Worsta, and Luke Germain will be judging your showmanship and grooming.
So it means my other camera's gone. Oh, okay. So, sorry, senior showmanship. Go live with that. And it looks funny. So now okay. There, better. So now close that box. Okay.
Could we give a huge round of applause for these senior showmen and groomers here today? Just before I get going, I'd like to thank the Bonnyville District for having me out here to judge today. It's greatly appreciated. I guess just some pointers for you for in terms of showmanship. Make sure you guys that you're always being attentive to the judge, right? So when I'm moving around, you're always kind of keeping contact with me. A lot of you guys kind of had your head down on the ground and stuff. Just always know where your judge is. When I'm moving around that calf, right, you want to make sure that the judge is the judge can see the calf fully, right? So when the judge is here and you're standing here, you should be here. But when I come on the tail or in the front, you should move to the side just so your judge could have a clear look at the calf. And also be really attentive and really proud, right? Be proud of what you're showing. Some of you guys were kind of shrugging your shoulders and stuff. Just, be confident in what you're showing. But, overall, you guys did a really good job moving around the ring. Your cat, not that we had no wrecks here today, so really show the work you guys put in at home. Like, I'm a firm believer showmanship is one of those classes that's won at home, and you come in the ring to collect your prize. And the two individuals coming out of the class today really exemplified that. And I guess one more note while I remember it here, when we pull a calf in, make sure that you're pulling your calf down the side of the ring next to the calf that got pulled. That way we can compare right all the way through. That way we always have a constant line of calves. Just so your judge, it's easier for them to compare. Moving on into grooming, you guys did an excellent job. I mean, the first thing we look at is cleanliness. None of these calves, all these calves were clean. Their hooves, everything was clean. Just a couple pointers. I encourage you guys to get in there with the clippers on those top lines, right? Some of these animals, they weren't fully clipped out over their necks and stuff. There was just a lot of guard hairs. Just take those out and make it nice and clean. And, don't be afraid to get in there on those legs and put some glue in and pull that leg hair up. The two individuals coming out of the class today were, you could tell they put some effort in on the legs, and they, did some clipping down on that top line, had it looking really sharp. But overall, really impressive class of senior groomers and showmen.
All right, so moving out of this first class of seniors for showmanship is number 83, Stella Purdy, number 51, Jolene Gamache, and in grooming in no particular order is number 41, Hannah Pelshaw, and number 48, Jessica Tetro. Class 1, you are now free to leave the ring. If you are advancing, just wait for the cleavers to give you your ribbons. We're going to welcome our final class of senior grooming and showmanship into the ring, starting with number 80, Amelia Elash. Number 24, Zach Thiessen. Number 47, Jocelyn Mathis. Number 25, Natasha Kachuk. Number 39, Theodore Jans. Number 23, Luke Brundage. Number 81, Coralie. And rounding off the class, number 22, JC Babb. Judges, your class is now complete. As we did a reminder for the past class, members, make sure that you are keeping eye contact with your confirmation judge, not your grooming and showmanship judge.
Can we give a huge round of applause for the second split of senior groomers and showmen? Definitely a really competitive class that had us judges thinking, but just gonna guess a few pointers like the last class, right? When that calf ahead of you pulls into line, you need to fill that hole just so it's easier for the judges to compare. That way we don't have like a calf on one end of the ring and another end of the ring comparing, right? Makes it a lot easier for your judge. You guys did an excellent job, though. For the most part, you were all very attentive. You knew where the judge was at all times. You had your eye on them. You were moving around properly and combing that calf when the judge moved away. Yeah, and again, another pointer I guess I could give for some of the members here. When you're leading that calf, make sure your fist is forward and as tight to the head as possible. It gives you the most amount of control in that calf. When you have your hand like this, you don't have as much control, especially when your hand starts to get away from that calf. It's okay to do that once they're stopped, but just when you're leading, make sure you got that fist forward and full control. Just have more control over that head. It's easier to show them and keep control of that animal. But again, once again, overall a really good job, and we'll actually be bringing 3 individuals back. That's how competitive you guys were, so it should be a really exciting champion class of senior showmen later. Moving into grooming, again, really good job. All the calves came in clean. They looked really good. 2 individuals came up to the top of the class for me in my mind. Just their calves are clipped out properly. Glue was put in there. Their tail heads were worked with well. And one individual really impressed me. A member I had probably hired to fit my own cattle one day. Did an excellent job pulling that leg hair and getting in there with the clippers. Something I encourage all seniors to kind of get into. But once again, real excellent job, you guys, in the second split of senior groomers and showmen.
So coming back from this split will be in grooming is Luke Brundage, number 23, and number 80, Amelia Elash. This will be in obviously no particular order. And as Luke said, the class was very competitive, and we are going to be bringing back 3 showmen into our championship drive. So that will be number 23, Luke Brundage, number 80, Amelia Elash, and number 22, JC Babb. We're going to start with our grooming callback. So if I can get Hannah Pelshat, Jessica Tetro, Luke Brundage, and Amelia Elash to come back into the ring or remain in the ring. We're just going to get our cleavers to hand out their ribbons. So our senior grooming callback is going to be Hannah Pelsha, Jessica Tetro, Luke Brundage, and Amelia Elash. Judges, your final class is complete.
We have a huge round of applause for this class of senior groomers. Every single one of them did a very excellent job today. So I'll just kind of give some comments on each kid, and then I'll go out and select Grand and Reserve groomer. So starting off with this black lady with the black calf in the front, she did an excellent job working that body hair. It's popped out, really adds volume to that calf. And you get looking over the top line, it's clipped out properly and through its neck. It's blended very well. The front end is clipped and blended properly. Calf's very clean. Get looking at that tail head. She, put some glue in there, kind of shaped it. Maybe a few pointers. Don't be afraid to, maybe clip that tail head a little bit more. Maybe get some product in those legs just to kind of pull them up. But still, really excellent job. Moving to this young lady with this shorthorn steer here, did a really good job. Working that body like that leg hair. You can tell it's been pulled up, and it's add some volume to those legs. Did a good job clipping that top line and working with that tail, kind of filling in that twist region. Did a really excellent job. And her calf's got some white on it. It's all shiny white. Did a really good job. Again, maybe a few pointers. Maybe work on maybe clipping that neck hair down and kind of blending that back into the calf. But still a really excellent job. Moving to this lady with the black calf here. Again, clipped out properly, blended and good. Really brings out the best in that calf. Very, very clean. That body hair has been worked. Really excellent job. Again, maybe just get a little more in with the legs, getting some glue in there, some product, getting those legs pulled out, add some volume. And rounding out over here, we have this young man with this black heifer here. Did a really excellent job clipping that calf. It's blended properly the way it should be over that top line. Really complements that heifer. Did an excellent job pulling leg hair. And, he was out there with those clippers, taking those hocks down, shaping them the way we like it. The tail head was done excellently. Did a really excellent job bringing that heifer in. It was. I had an opportunity to speak to most of the kids out there and kind of ask, what kind of product they were using and why they were using it. And all four of these members gave me really good answers. They didn't just know what product they were using. They knew why they were using it, right? And it's really important in grooming to understand what you're doing to bring out the best in these cattle. So again, give them a huge round of applause, and I'll go select you a couple champions.
Luke Brundage will be your champion, your senior champion groomer. And Amelia Elash will be your second place. In this set, Luke is going to remain in the ring as well as Amelia, and I will get Jessica and Hannah to exit the ring. I am going to invite JC Babb back into the ring. Along with Stella Purdy and Jolene Gamache.
Okay, can we give a huge round of applause for a very competitive class of senior showmen? They all did an excellent job, representing the best in their animals and how they showed. And they came in with attentive. They knew where the judge was. They got him set up, and they all did a really excellent job. And it was a really impressive class. And I might taking the sticks away. Some of you might call me a meanie for it, but for me, it does two things. It shows the work that went in at home. If that calf's walking in a spot, if you shouldn't. As a goal as a showman is to use your stick as little as possible. And none of them really had a challenge with that. They all did a really good job, and it throws a challenge at the seniors too. It gives them a higher stress situation, and how are you going to react to it, and how composed are you going to be? And again, they all did a really excellent job. I guess just some comments for each member. This lady with the red calf here, maybe being a little stubborn, but she has a good attitude. Maybe one tip I'd have is just maybe get the hand a little closer to the head when you're leading that calf. Just gives you a little bit more control. Moving to the young man with this black heifer here, did a really excellent job setting that heifer up. He was always set up, had her looking real good. Maybe if I have one tip, as I'm moving around the calf, just kind of move so I always have a clear view of that calf. Again, the young lady here with the Charolais steer did a really good job, really attentive. And again, maybe just with when you're switching, make sure you really come out and take that wide circle. Just, you're not pushing that calf right into other animals, and it just gives you a little more space to work. This young lady here with the black steer here did a really good job too, just really attentive, always knew where the judge was. She did a really excellent job. When I moved around that calf, she moved with me, really attentive, did a really good job. And this young lady in the end here too, very similar, just did a very excellent job, knowing where the judge was, did a really good job. If I had one pointer, maybe don't, get way in front of your calf, pulling that calf right. You have ringmen, they're going to come help you. Get your hand kind of close to that calf's head and just kind of do this. Your ringmen will come help you. We got 3 really good ringmen here today, so that just good, just what I guess pointers, but again, not taken away from any of you. You all did a really excellent job today, and you should be really proud of yourselves. I'll go select you now a couple champions.
Your champion senior showman goes to Jolene Gamache, and your reserve champion Amelia Elash. They're going to present you with awards later, so you guys are free to leave the ring now. As we round out here, we're going to welcome our first class of intermediate showmanship and grooming. There's going to be 3 classes today. Our first in the ring is Isaac Williams. Followed by Ariel Thiessen. Followed by number 70, Landon Lee. Number 17, Katie Thompson. Number 78, Everly Soloway. Vincent Palshat, number 42. Jenna Kawchuk, number 18. Joseph Jans, number 40. And rounding out the class, number 9, Janelle Kardash. Judges, your class is complete. And because I reminded the seniors, intermediates, the judge that you're looking for today in the ring is your confirmation judge. As well with the senior showmanship and grooming, I was going to announce that the senior showmanship is sponsored by Gelshin Foods Ltd. And the senior grooming is by Something Electric Services. Sorry, I thought there was something missing. It's just Electric Services. Thank you guys for sponsoring these groups.
Give a huge round of applause for this class of intermediate showmen and groomers. Starting to get later in the day, the animals are getting a little more antsy, but they all had a good attitude and worked through it, so it was really good. Guess just some general comments. You guys did a really good job. You were pretty attentive when you came in the ring. You could tell you guys were all proud of what you were showing. Maybe a couple pointers for some of you is I guess a point, and I meant to say this with the seniors earlier too. On your show halters, that leather piece that comes down, that way I would cut it down for some of you a bit. That way you don't have to hold it in two hands, or it's not dragging on the ground. It's better to show that way, and it's a little safer that way as well. But with that being said too, make sure when we're moving around the calf, you're moving around with me. And overall you guys did a really great job. And there's two individuals I think today that came top of the class. Just they were really attentive. Only one member in the class actually moved up the line when we pulled the calves out. And they did a really good job grooming. So we'll see them back for the champion drive in a little bit.
So advancing in no particular order for both showmanship and grooming is number 15, Ariel Thiessen, and number 18, Jenna Kachuk. Congratulations to you both. If the second class is ready for our intermediate showmanship and grooming, I'd like to welcome in number 13, Alexa Rice. Number 74, Sarah Pardell. Number 37, Eugene Lord. Vanessa Vassar, number 20. Hudson Martindale, number 10. Sarah Pardell, number 75. (19) Kaylee Van Eiderstein. Number 16, Jesse Thiessen. And rounding off the class, number 12, Jackson Pickard. Judges, your class is now complete.
Could give a huge round of applause for the second salute intermediate groomers and showmen. Did a really good job. You guys again came in. You had that head up the whole time. You guys knew where the judge was. Did a really good job. I guess just some pointers on the showmanship side of things. Make sure we're always turning that calf away from ourselves. And I noticed this in the last class as well. Kind of forgot to mention it to them, but for you guys too, I noticed it a couple times. When you're pulling that calf into yourself, you're asking for it to step on you and stuff. That's why we don't like that. So make sure you're always pushing that calf away from yourself when you're pulling a loop. Staying attentive to the judge. Like sometimes we were moving around, you guys, you had your head down or you weren't, you're just kind of slouched off, right? Be alert and attentive and know where that judge is. Be proud of what you're showing. In terms of grooming, you guys did a really good job. Cows came in clean. Intermediates, you guys, I started to encourage you guys to use a little bit more product and start doing some stuff on those legs. And only one individual I noticed put some effort into pulling some leg hair. So, make sure we're kind of getting into that. The tail heads were done well. A lot of you guys had put glue in there and, you could tell you clipped or you either with scissors or with clippers, you kind of started to shape that. I really liked that. And the top lines were, clipped really well. And, you guys did a really excellent job. So just, encourage you guys to get in there with a little bit more product. But overall, calves came in clean. They looked sharp. So you guys did a really good job.
So for our second split of intermediate grooming and showmanship, call back for grooming is number 10, Hudson Martindale, and number 20, Vanessa Vassar. For showmanship, number 10, Hudson Martindale, and number 13, Alexa Rice. We will see those three come back for our championship drive. We're now going to welcome in our third and final class of showmanship and grooming in the intermediate level. First in will be Annika Shaw, number 14. Number 46, Colton Mathis. Layla Purdy, number 76. Number 73, Adley McMahon. Melody Brundage, number 8. Number 11, Alexa Murray. Number 72, Ellen Livingston. Number 7, Maya Adrian. Number 77, Eli Reed. And number 71, Andrin Livingston. Judges, your class is now complete.
You have a huge round of applause for his third and final split of intermediate groomers and showmen. Again, they all did an excellent job. Came in with a really good attitude. It just I guess a couple pointers in terms of showmanship for you guys. Make sure you're paying attention to that judge, especially when we're pulling you in line. Right, we shouldn't have to stand there and kind of wait for you guys. As soon as you see that that kind of signal, you should be coming around. And regarding show sticks, your show stick's not a it's not a wood saw, right? You don't want to be sawing on these calves like this, right? It should be a nice, consistent 1,000, 2, 1,000, real smooth action, right? We don't want to, it just sawing on them. It doesn't look good in terms of just overall showmanship. And yeah, but other than that, though, you guys did a really good job. You're walking around, you guys, your head up. You could tell you guys were all proud of what you were showing. In terms of grooming, again, don't be afraid to get in there with those clippers. Clean up that top line. Kind of work on blending those front shoulders in a little bit more. But again, a couple individuals here again did a really good job. They pulled leg hair and they worked that tail ahead, and it looked really good. And that kind of just what brought them out, I guess, against the rest. But again, really good job bringing them real clean calves, and they all look really sharp. So. Yes, that's it for this class, and we'll bring in our champion sets of senior groomers and showmen, or intermediates.
So coming back for our championship drive in the grooming will be Melody Brundage, number 8. Number 14, Annika Shaw. And in showmanship, we have Melody Brundage and Adley McMahon. So I will ask that Melody and Annika remain in the ring for the intermediate grooming championship. Annika, you have to remain in the ring. We're going to invite back Ariel Thiessen, Jenna Kachuk, Hudson Martindale, and Vanessa Vassar, as well as Melody, who is standing here in the ring with us now. Judges, your final class of intermediate grooming is complete.
Can we give a huge round of applause for this really impressive set of intermediate groomers? They did a real excellent job, and any one of these members would have definitely competed in the senior classes. I was really impressed. So I guess I'll get some comments on everyone, and then I'll go select your ground and reserve. But this young lady in the front with the speckled park heifer did a very tremendous job getting that heifer clipped. You know, she brought out the best in that top line and through that neck. It's blended perfectly. Really brings out the best in that heifer. Talk about fitting. She did an excellent job on that tail head. You know, shaping it, not only like pulling that hair, but actually clipping it the way it should be. The legs were not they were pulled out properly glue wise, and they were clipped. They shaped those legs really well. She did a very excellent job. Very similar kind of case with this young lady here at this other speckled park heifer. Did a really excellent job clipping. One thing with these speckles too is with these white animals, they are either the best looking animals in the ring or the worst looking animals. You know, if they're not clean, they look bad, but if they look clean, they're sharp. You know, that white really pops, and every member with a white calf in here today did a really excellent job. Maybe if I have one pointer for her, getting real nit and gritty. When you're getting on those hind legs, don't be afraid to take those hocks in a little bit more with the clippers. But again, really excellent job. Moving into this this final speckled park heifer here, again, really good job. That calf was clipped out properly. You know, tail head was done really well. Calf was very clean. Maybe one pointer, I guess, maybe on those legs. You know, get a little more glue, get a little more of that popped out, and shape around those hocks a little more. But again, really excellent job. Moving into this black calf here, really good job. She got it in there. That calf's clean. That body hair has been worked and it's popped out, really giving that steer some volume. Did a really good job presenting this animal. Again, on those legs, did a really good job pulling that hair up. Now get in there with the clippers, right? Start taking those hocks down, start shaping them, but really good job. Moving into this blue roan steer again. Member did a really good job having this animal really clean and presented well. Tail head was fit very well, and the clipping was done really good. Just encourage you to get in there with the clippers, with some glue and clippers on those legs, and kind of shape those the way we want them. And rounding out the class here, we got this black calf here. This young lady did a really good job working that body hair, kind of popping, giving him some volume. The calf's clipped out properly, but again, and you could tell she put some glue in those legs, some product, tried to add some volume and some shape to them. But just don't be afraid to get in there with some clippers and take it down a little bit more. But a really, really, really strong set of intermediate groomers, and I'll go select a couple champions.
Your champion intermediate grooming goes to Melody Brundage. And your reserve, Ariel Thiessen. Again, we will have awards following tonight at 6 p.m. And members, you may exit the ring as we welcome our showmanship group, which I can have Melody, Hudson, Ariel, Jenna, Adley, and Alexa Rice into the ring now. Judges, your final drive of intermediate showman is now complete. I'm going to take this time as well to acknowledge the sponsors of the intermediate grooming of last class, Baker Tilly, RSG LLP, and the sponsors of this final drive, the intermediate showmanship, Lakeland Family Eye Care.
Can we give a huge round of applause for this champion set of intermediate showmen? Did a really excellent job. Did not make my job easy, that's for sure. So I guess I'll give some comments and everyone, and I'll go select a couple champions once again. But this young lady here with the speckled park heifer, did a really excellent job. Super attentive the whole time. When I moved around that calf, she moved around. She pulled into holes well. When we were swapping animals around, she did it properly. If I had one wish, and it's something I struggle with too, is having a proper fitting harness on. Mine falls off all the time too, but it's tough. But that just it's just a look thing, and it looks sharp when that's fitting properly. Moving on to this silver steer here again. This young lady did a really good job, really attentive. She always knew where the judge was. When I moved around that calf, she moved around too. Guess one pointer for you, I guess, would be like when that calf ahead of you pulls out, make sure you fill into that hole properly, just right away, just so the judges can kind of compare calves more easily. Again, really, this lady with the black steer here, really excellent job. moving around the calf, not getting in those holes so the judge could see the calf properly. Had that calf set up all the time, head up. Calf looked really sharp. Again, maybe a couple pointers. Again, the same, similar to last lead. Make sure you're filling up those holes and proper fitting harness. But again, really good job. This young lady with this speckled park heifer here did an excellent job. She filled that hole in immediately right when that calf ahead of her pulled out. That calf was always set up. It did a really excellent job. Being really attentive, knowing where the judge was. You could lots of prowess in the ring. You could tell right when she walked in, she was really proud of what she was showing. Moving on into this other speckled park heifer, again, really excellent job. That calf was always set up. There was never a moment I looked at that calf where it wasn't looking as in its best position. Again, really attentive when we moved around. Lots of confidence in that calf. Moved around properly. Really excellent job. And then rounding out the class, we got this blue roan steer. Again, this young member did a really good job, properly moving that calf around. That calf was always set up. I guess maybe one pointer for you, I guess, too, would be, make sure you're paying attention to the judge and your ringman at all times kind of thing. There was one point where we kind of had to remind you there. Just, it's tough, you get caught that when the judge is looking in the class, but we got to split hairs here to make a good decision. But anyways, again, really good, really strong set of intermediate showmen, and I'll go select you a couple champions.
Your intermediate champion showman goes to Jenna Kachuk, and your reserve champion goes to Melody Brundage. As we get our intermediates to leave the ring, we're going to welcome in our junior classes of showmanship and grooming. So starting with our first class out of 2 is number 69, Dawson Reed. Number 2, Riley Kardash. Number 5, Fia Vassar. Charlotte Lord, number 36. Ollie Shaw, number 3. And number 67, Ezra Bro. Judges, your first split is complete.
Can we give a huge round of applause for these junior showmen and groomers? They all did a really excellent job. You know, everyone came in with a really good attitude. You can tell everyone's happy to be here. They're excited to show off their calves. You know, asking these kids, you know, like what their calves' names are, they're very excited to share. And, you know, they can tell they're really proud of what they brought to town. So it's really exciting to see that. Just in showmanship and some tips, I guess. You know, you guys did a really good job, you know, being attentive and, like, having some showman, some presence in the ring. But just make sure you're always keeping an eye on that judge, right? And, you know, try your best not to drag your show stick on the ground. Just, you know, make sure we're actually, you know, scratching those calves. And in terms of grooming, you know, I was very impressed. Like, most of the calves are very clean. You know, some of these calves have got some white on them. You know, that it's shiny white. So, you know, and that's not easy to do. That takes lots of washing at home and the morning of. So, really excellent job on that. Just some pointers for you guys is, you know, make sure the calves come in the ring clean. So, if they have some tag on their back end or on their legs, make sure that's cleaned off. But again, really good job presenting these animals to the best of your abilities. Really impressed with this class.
So moving on in no particular order from our first class of junior showmanship and grooming. In grooming, we have number 69, Dawson Reed, and number 2, Riley Kardash. In showmanship, we have number 2, Riley Kardash, and number 5, Fia Vassar. This first class may leave the ring. We're now going to go on with our second split of junior showmanship and grooming. Starting with number 43, Julie Pelshaw. Number 6, Taya Williams. Number 68, Tessa Lee. Number 4, Rhett Thompson. And rounding out the class, we have number 1, Wyatt Adrian. This is your final split of junior showmanship and grooming.
Can we give a huge round of applause for the second and final split of junior groomers and showmen? They all did an excellent job. I mean, you guys all had a really good attitude, and sometimes these animals give you a bit of a hard time, but you guys all kept powering through, and it's really good to see. And having all these senior members and everyone coming in and help, that's what 4-H is all about. So it's really cool to see that. So in terms of showmanship, I mean, you guys did a really good job. You guys came in, you were proud of what you had. You're some presence. You for the most part, you guys had a pretty good eye of where the judge was. It was really good to see. And actually, you guys were moving around pretty good, too, around your calves when we were moving around. So I was really impressed to see that. It was a really advanced split of junior showmen. Maybe, I guess, just some tips, I guess, for you guys. When you're scratching your calf, maybe not, you don't have to saw on it, right? Just a nice, slow, consistent, kind of scratch on them just to keep that calf a little calm. And, just being really careful with your lead, making sure that it doesn't go too far to the ground in case that calf steps on it, right? Or, even you trip on it, just kind of becomes a hazard. But you guys did a really good job. In terms of grooming, it was actually kind of a challenging class to split apart. I mean, you guys did a really excellent job having these calves clean. The one calf came in here almost looked metallic black. There was so much sheen on it. That shine really popped in the light here, so that was really good to see. But overall, really, really impressive class of junior groomers, and yeah, really impressive.
Moving on from the final split of junior showmanship and grooming is Rhett Thompson in grooming and showmanship, Taya Williams in showmanship, and Julie Pelshaw in grooming. So if I could ask Rhett and Julie to remain in the ring and everyone else round out and wait for the showmanship classes. Welcoming back into the ring for junior grooming is Dawson Reed and Riley Kardash. Judges, your final grooming class is complete.
Can you give a huge round of applause for these junior groomers, champion junior groomers? They look, every single one of them did an excellent job. These calves look presented to the best of their abilities, and it's really impressive to see. So I'll just give some comments on all of them. So this red white steer here at the front, this member did an excellent job. That's a lot of white to clean, and that's no easy task, but he did a real good job. It really shines. It's real bright. That tail head's been fit up properly. That tail's been kind of shaped properly. Looks really good. If you had any pointers for you, maybe just clip down that neck a little bit on top. But other than that, that calf shaped really well and really clean. Has a lot of presence. Did a really excellent job. Moving into the speckle steer here again, really good job getting those whites clean. It's no easy task, but did an excellent job all throughout. It's clipped out properly. Looks really good. Tail head's done really well. If I had a couple wishes, maybe just on the butt, just making sure that tag is kind of cleaned up in there, and maybe a little bit more clipping on the front end. But again, really good job. Next, moving into this red steer here again, this young lady did a really good job getting that body hair popped out. There's adds a lot of volume to this calf. Really does it some justice. You got to look into that tail. She pulled some of that tail head hair up and kind of did some stuff with the leg hair. Really impressive. And this calf, if I had a couple pointers, I guess maybe just clip out that neck a little bit more on top. And but other than that, did a really good job working that body hair and just giving that calf kind of more show appeal. Rounding out the class, we got this other speckle park steer again. This young member did a really good job. It's clipped out properly through the neck. It's blended in good. That top line's, done really well. He may not have a lot of hair, but what's there is really clean. That calf really shines. And again, similar to the other speckle, when you get behind him, there's some tag on the back end. Just making sure that's clean. But other than that, really good job having a really clean, really showy calf. So with that being said, I'll go select you a couple champions.
Your champion junior grooming goes to number 69, Dawson Reed. And your reserve, Julie Pelshot. I'm going to ask that Riley Kardash and Rhett Thompson stay into the ring for showmanship. And I am going to invite number 5, Fia Vassar, and number 6, Taya Williams into the ring. Judges, your class is now complete.
give a huge round of applause for this class of junior showmen. They did an excellent job. I was very impressed. Just give some comments what everyone. So this young man with the speckled park steer on the end did a really excellent job. He was super alert all day. Probably, if not the most alert person in the ring we've had today. He always knew where the judge was. He's moving around. He had that calf set up. Did everything he could to get that calf set up. I was very, very impressed. If I had maybe one wish, maybe just tighten up that show harness a little bit. But other than that, that's just little things. He did a really, really excellent job. I was very impressed. Moving on to this young lady with her steer named Socks here. She did a really excellent job, especially this being her first year. She's super confident, happy to answer questions every time you did. She was scratching that steer, had it doing the best she could. If I had one wish, maybe just make sure your steer is set up a little bit, but you know what, that's just getting nitpicky. You did a really excellent job. And moving to this young lady with this black steer here, she put probably a pound of shine in there for it to shine like that, but it looks real good. She has that calf looking real sharp. It was set up all day. She's really happy to answer questions. You could tell she's really excited to be here. Did really, really excellent job. Moving into the speckle steer on the end, again, this young lady did a really, really excellent job. She was, really happy to be here. Had a smile on her face the whole time. Super confident. She had that calf set up lots. Maybe if I had one wish for you, maybe just try your best not to pull the calf into yourself. Right? Always try to push it away from yourself. Just safety concerns and just more proper showman etiquette. But again, really good job today, guys. And I guess this will be the last you hear from me today, so I guess thanks again to the Bonnyville District having me out here judge grooming and showmanship today. It was a real honor, and good luck with your guys' sale tonight.
So your champion junior showman is Rhett Thompson, and your reserve champion, Taya Williams. That wraps up our our showmanship and grooming today. So right now we are going to allow our judges and me, of course, to go and have a bite to eat for like 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll be right back in here because we got to get on a time crunch to make our sale tonight. Just a reminder that there's a concession over where there's a sign that says concession just over to my left. And be back in here. The Light Horse 4-H is going to do a little demo on horse safety in the ring while we have lunch.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amber. I'm the leader of the Iron River Wranglers 4-H Club. I have Zadie Harade here with me. She's going to talk you through some basic horse safety. And then I have Lily Daw, who's going to demonstrate what Zadie is talking about. And then I have Alina holding Crispy. All right. So I'll turn it over to Zadie.
Hi everybody, we're going to be talking about horse safety. First we're going to start with where the blind spots are. There's 3 blind spots on a horse. The first one is directly in front of them. So to tell the horse that you're right there, you want to talk to them and pet them. And if you don't really know the horse yet, let them smell your hand. And then the second one is directly on top of them. And then the third one is right behind them. To tell them that you're going behind them, you want to put your hand on their butt, but if you're too scared to be close up, you want to go far away. Next, we're going to talk about how to lead your horse properly. You want to turn her over there, just so they can see? To make sure that you're leading your horse properly, you want to make sure your lead rope is not in a loop to get your hand taken off if they spook. There's actually a girl on Facebook that was holding their horse in a loop and got their hand amputated. And you want to make sure when you're leading your horse, you want to make sure you're not directly in front of them. You want to be beside them, just in case if they do spook, they go forwards and they'll run you over. Next, we're going to talk about how to stand properly for a farrier. When the farrier's on the left side, doing the front foot, you want to make sure that you're on the opposite side. Just in case if the horse bites, you want to stand there so you have more control. And then when they're on the back side, you want to be on the same side as the farrier. Just so if they kick, you can turn them away fast enough and you can see what that farrier is doing. And it's the same on the other side too. And then when you're riding your horse, if you're riding Western, you want to make sure you have proper footwear. So cowboy boots or cowgirl boots, jeans, and a helmet. And you have to make sure your latigo and girth is tight enough just so it doesn't unloose when you're riding. When you're getting on your horse, you just want to have your toe in the stirrup, holding onto the reins, putting your hand on your horn, and then want to jump a couple times if you want to and swing your leg over. When you're on your horse, you want to make sure that your heels are down, you're sitting straight up, and you look ahead of you. Just because if you're looking down, you will go down. You want to make sure your shoulders are lined up with your hip and your heels to make sure that you're lined up straight enough so you're riding your horse properly. And you want to make sure that you're brushing your horse properly and putting your tack on. When you're brushing your horse, you can go nice, soft strokes on their stomach the way that their hair is going. And then you can pick up their hoof with a hoof pick. You want to pick up their feet really nicely and put the hoof pick gently on their hoof around the frog. And then if you're putting on a Western saddle, you have to put the saddle pads on first above the withers and then slide them back. And then put the saddle on top of the saddle pads and then do it up correctly. That's all we can think of our horse safety. Hope you guys liked it.
Hi, sorry, me again. Okay, so second camera, I have it in the. Okay, so. And it doesn't want to switch. So now I'm still, like, I can see my PTZ feed, but it won't let me switch back to the other one now. I hear somebody like. It still doesn't want to let me change.
This is going to be a 2-minute warning before the 3-year-old cow-calf class enters the ring. Okay, we're going to get started with our second half of our show today. This is going to be our confirmation classes. In the ring now is our 3-year-old cow-calf pairs. First in, Amelia Elash, with her 3-year-old calf and her 3-year-old cow and her calf born April 17th, 2026. Why are you wobbling? There's supposed to be 2 more. If Jolene get Jolene to come in. Okay. I'll just. Next in is Jolene Gamache with her calf born April 9th. And lastly, we have Luke Brundage with his calf born January 17th. I'm going to welcome Luke Germain to give some comments about the club displays.
Just wanted to say, everyone, all the clubs did a really excellent job in providing those club displays. It's a really cool thing that districts do to kind of let people know kind of what their club's been doing and what their club's all about and all the members and all the kind of things they do. I was really impressed with all the displays. That we had everything from some fancy lights to some really meaningful messages and stuff. It was really really cool to see and really impressive that all the clubs brought some really really neat ideas forward and some really meaningful kind of messages and ideas kind of presented through their displays. The club that's going to win for me today, I think it had the most impact, I guess, when I looked at it. It really showed something. There was a little bit of something about all the members and 4-H and their club. Like, it really tied a lot of things together with a real aesthetic look. So your champion club display for this year will be Ardmore 4-H Beef.
She decided 1 and 2. So that's why I wouldn't call it. Because I'm like,
Right, hold on.
We're picking up first, second, third. Well, good afternoon, everyone. What a pleasure to be out here on a beautiful sunny day. We're going to hit some warmer weather. That grass is going to grow 4 inches overnight. But with that, we're in an arena here today with some impressive cows. I think give these 4-H members an applause. It's a tremendous job to bring out a 3-year-old cow, to keep her going, keep her milking, and yet to have a calf outside. We all know there's some things that can happen that hinder a lot of our programs, so it's impressive to bring your 3-year-olds out here. I'm going to start this class off with this phenomenal cow here on my left, your right. But she's a cow that's very attractive. She's smooth made. She's clean in that front end. She's got really good lines. And on top of it, good structure. She's got a nice udder attachment to her and a tremendous bull calf right behind her. And that's a January calf. Now, in comparison to our April calves up here, I'm going to use this cow to my left here, or to my right, your left. Again, a cow that's very easy doing. She's attractive. She's got some style to her. She's balanced. I'd maybe just like to tidy up her structure a little bit, but again, doing a whale of a job on that calf. My troubled cow here is the cow in the middle, the cow that's extremely long. She's got a lot of depth in her. She's just lacking some quarter or udder quality that I'd like to see here today. She's lacking in 1 quarter in terms of balance to the other quarters, but again, doing a great job on that April calf. Thank you.
So your grand champion 3-year-old cow-calf bear goes to Luke Brundage, number 23. And your reserve champion goes to Amelia Elash, number 80. You guys are welcome to exit the ring, and awards will be followed tonight at 6. So we're going to start with our 2-year-old cow-calf pairs in now. First in, we have Melody Brundage, number 8, with her calf born February 13th. Luke Brundage, number 23, and his calf born January 10th. Amelia Elash with her calf born January 24th. Jolene Gamache and her calf born March 26th. And we just have one more cow before we finish this class. Reed McMahon with his calf born January 18th. Judges, your class is now complete.
Well, thanks for being patient with me. I think you give these kids a round of applause. A tremendous young set of cow calves in here. We started this class off with a tremendous female. I think she emphasized everything that we like to see in these cows. She's moderate frame. She's got some length. She's deep. She's got a terrific udder attachment. If there's only one thing I like to correct about her is just to shorten up those teats a little bit. But other than that, she's a phenomenal female. I'm doing a whale of a job on that calf. Then we get into our second place, a cow that simply emphasizes my first place cow, but a cow that's just a little bit easier doing, a little bit smaller, but I'd like to see a little bit more growth on that calf for the age it is today. A February calf, but again, doing a well of a job. A nice cow, good footed, good frame. Then we get into a trouble pair I have here. I really love that Charolais bull calf at side. The calf is doing good. It looks really nice. I think he's going to go out and be a great, great calf. But then we get into the cow. She falls apart for me a little bit in those hooks and pins in that back end. I'd maybe like to square up her udder type a bit, but again, a tremendous female. She's doing a well of a job on that calf. As we get down into this class, some of these cows fall apart a little bit for me. This red cow looks phenomenal from the side. She's got some depth, she's got some length, she's got good conformation to her, but again, she's only milking on 3/4. I'd like to see her milking on all 4, and that's how she's looking at me today. Again, a nice calf at side. Then we fall into our rounding out our class here with this black pair, a cow that's a little bit harder doing compared to the cows in above her. Again, an April calf, doing a good job on it. Thank you.
So your grand champion 2-year-old cow-calf pair goes to Luke Brundage, number 23, and reserve champion Melody Brundage, number 8. You guys may leave the ring and prepare for the heifer classes. Moving into our heifer classes for the day. There will be 3 classes, 2 of 6 and 1 of 5. Our first class, we're going to welcome in Ariel Thiessen, number 15. Vincent Pelsha, number 42. 18, Jenna Kawchuk. Ellen Livingston, number 72. 20, Vanessa Vassar. And 10, Hudson Martindale. Judges, your class is complete.
Well, again, give these members a round of applause. Great set of heifers here. We started this class off with a phenomenal white heifer, white-gray heifer. A heifer, you really got to like the length of spine in her, the conformation in her. She comes in nice and thick over the rear quarter down into that lower third area. A cow that's, or a heifer that's going to go out and make a tremendous cow in terms of her phenotype. Her teat displacement underneath, very nice. Good hoof structure on her. Again, moves up into that front third, really nice. Shapes out really nice. A really attractive heifer. Then we get into the second place heifer, a heifer here that she might be a little coarser in that front end, but man, is she long and she is deep. I think she's going to be a whale of a cow come in the future here. Then we get into this third place heifer. I really love this heifer. She's probably the most attractive heifer in this bunch. She's very correct. She's very sound. But she just gives up that little bit of length that I'd like to see that the other two heifers have on her. But again, a tremendous heifer. We get into this gray heifer, a heifer that's got a lot of length, a lot of depth. She's just missing a lot of that style that these three front heifers have. I mean, she's a good heifer. She's just not as pretty as the heifers above her. So then we get into this black heifer, a heifer, she's just a little coarser made than my other heifers, a heifer that's going to go out and make a brood cow, absolutely. She's got nice structure to her. She just gives up that little bit that these other heifers have. Rounding out this class, we got a Hereford heifer down there. She's just a little coarser made. She's a little greener than the heifers up front. I'd maybe like to strengthen out them hind wheels on her a little bit, but again, these females are going to go out and make some terrific cows.
Thank you, Kevin. Advancing from this class will be number 18, Jenna Kawchuk, and number 10, Hudson Martindale. You guys may round the ring and exit, making way for our split number 2. We're going to welcome in our second class of heifers. Leading the way is number 75, Sarah Pardell. Followed by number 79, Autumn Corey. Jolene Gamache, number 51. Annika Shaw, number 14. Amelia Elash, number 80. And number 73, Adley McMahon. Judges, your class is complete.
Well, again, give. Hello? Hello? Yes? Can you hear me? No? Hello? Hello?
Hello? Advancing out of the second class of heifers today will be number 80, Amelia Elash, and number 79, Autumn Corey. As the second split of heifers exit the ring, we're going to make way for our final class of heifers before we go into our championship drive. Starting off the class, number 8, Melody Brundage, followed by number 23, Luke Brundage, number 82, Reed McMahon, number 26, Damon Van Eiderstein, and number 71, Andrin Livingston. Judges, your final class is complete.
Again, what a terrific set of heifers in this class. Give these kids a round of applause. We're going to start this class with that white female up front there, a female that emphasizes what I think in a female that is extremely profiles really nice. She's clean in through that front end. She comes nice and thick over that rear quarter, and she carries it so nicely down into that lower third. Again, she's got an udder there that is springing really nice for a female at that age. Then we move into this second place heifer, a heifer that you really got to admire that length of spine in her, that cleanliness up in through that front end. She's really goosey up there. And again, she comes over them hooks and pins really nice. I'd just like to maybe drop her in that flank a little bit more to compare to that heifer in front. But again, this is hair tossing and two very correct, solid females. We move into that third place female. A female, I think she is very good in her makeup. I like to tighten up that teat displacement that she's got going on right now. But again, a female that's got some length, she's got some depth. She's going to go out and make a very good brood cow. Then we fall into this fourth place heifer. A heifer, you really like the smoothness in her, her overall dimension, the rib in her. She just lacks a little bit in that hooks and pins, and then drops into some troubles into her hind wheels. But again, maybe that's just today, but a good heifer. Then we fall into our rounding out the class into this heifer here. She gives up that performance that a lot of these other heifers have. She's a little greener here today. A heifer, I think, just upset with what's happening going on here today. But again, a tremendous set of heifers.
Moving on from this split of heifers is Melody Brundage, number 8, and Luke Brundage, number 23. If I could get Melody and Luke to stay inside the ring and have the others exit. Then I would like to invite Jenna Kawchuk, Hudson Martindale, Amelia Elash, and Autumn Corey back into the ring. Judges, your final class of heifers is complete. This is your heifer calf championship drive.
Well, you heard me talk about these females in their previous classes, so I'm just going to go out and select myself a couple of winners here today.
Your grand champion heifer goes to Melody Brundage, and your reserve champion Luke Brundage. We are now going to invite members to exit the ring and prepare for the Supreme Female. If you have more than one project in the Supreme Female, be sure to have other hands. In the ring now, we have our champion heifer, but shown by Melody Brundage, and we have a reserve champion heifer, Luke Brundage. For our 2-year-old cow-calf, we have our first place is Luke Brundage, and second is Melody Brundage. For our 3-year-old cow-calf, we have Luke Brundage's cow and Amelia Elash's cow. Judges, your supreme female class is complete.
Just one in the front. Oh, so she needs to be over here. And she's got the heifer calf? She's got the bull calf. Yeah, okay, so this cow has this heifer. Here, yeah. Well, again, give these kids a round of applause. These females in this class here, all I can say is they're only going to get better and better as time goes on. And I talked about them and they're rightfully in their own classes. But again, there's some very strong individual females in this class with calves that amplify what that cow is producing. So with that, I'll go out and I'll select my champion in reserve.
The supreme champion female goes to Luke Brundage's 3-year-old. And reserve champion goes to Melody Brundage's champion heifer. I'll get Melody, or I guess everyone's projects to stay in for herd. Melody, your projects can leave. Sorry. Okay. For the final class of females, we'll have our herd competition. We'll be inviting the projects of number 80, Amelia Elash, for her herd. The projects of Luke Brundage with his herd. And the projects of Jolene Gamache and her herd. Judges, your class is now complete. So your champion herd project goes to Luke Brundage, and your reserve champion, Amelia Elash. Thank you to all you wonderful, gorgeous females. You can now all leave the ring. Close the gate. After this photo with the herd projects, we're going to move in straight into our steer confirmation classes. So if members could please have their projects ready to go when the marshals ask. We're moving into our steer classes now. We have 7 classes of steers today. They are all mixed up in weights. They are not respectively placed in weight classes. Our first one in for the day is number 41, Hannah Pelshaw. Number 21, Isaac Williams. Dawson Reed, number 69. Jessica Tetro, number 48. Ariel Thiessen. Landon Lee, number 70. Mason Tetro, number 49. And rounding out the class, Janelle Kardash, number 9. Judges, your first class of market steers is now complete.
Well, with orders that I have, again, give these kids a round of applause, a tremendous set of steers. So we're going to send this third place steer out as she's going to turn and round out, and I'll talk about these calves as they're rounding out. Again, a calf here that carries adequate finish, maybe not as thick and deep as I'd like, but a calf that has enough finish that's going to catch a grade here today. I really like the length and body of this calf, the depthness, the stoutness. Again, just maybe I could see a little bit more to this calf. In our fourth place steer here, this gray steer, I had a hard time getting my hands on him, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He does have some softness to him. I think he's very long, he's stretchy, he's got a good top on him, a really nice carcass steer. Then we get into this black steer, a steer that lacks that overall dimension and size that my steers on top have. But again, a steer that has got, you really got to admire the length of spine in this calf and the deepness in them ribs. We get into our fifth place steer. A steer, I really like his performance, his style. Again, a steer that just doesn't carry enough condition in my mind to compete with the steers on top. But again, a very stylish, nice steer. We get into these bottom two steers that don't have an adequate finish in my mind that can place them any higher here today. But they're big steers, they're performance steers, steers that are certainly going to put some meat on the table. Again, give these kids a round of applause.
Moving on in no particular order is number 21, Isaac Williams, and number 41, Hannah Pelchet. Moving into our second split of market steers, we're going to move to number 17, Katie Thompson. Number 2, Riley Kardash. Everly Soloway, number 78. 42, Vincent Pelchat. '18, Jenna Kachuk. 82, Reed McMahon. Just hold on for a second. You'll go up kind of where Bella is. Number 40, Joseph Jans. And rounding out the class, number 5, Fia Vassar. Judges, your class is now complete.
Well, again, give these kids a round of applause. A tremendous job on these steers in this class. We're going to start in that third place steer. A steer, he's really big in his loin. He's got a lot of ribeye to him. He's deep. He's stout. Just a calf that gives up the overall stoutness that my two calves on top have, but again, a terrific steer. We followed up in this fourth place a red steer that just gives up the amount of volume that my steers on top have, but again, a steer that's got a lot of softness to him. He's got a tremendous loin in him. Really love the muscle shape. Maybe I'd add a little bit more depth in that rib, but again, a terrific calf. Then we go into our fifth place. A steer here that's, he's really deep in his rib. He's long, exceptionally deep. But again, I like to widen him out between them hooks and thicken him up through that top loin, giving him a more cuttability. Then we follow up into the tan steer, a tan steer that just gives up the overall condition that I think my steers on top have. But this is how I see this steer here today. He's just not having the overall condition that my steers on top have. As we round out this class with this Brahma cross steer, a steer that's just given up a little bit of condition that the rest of the steers in the class have. But again, a steer that's got a tremendous amount of ribeye in him. He's long, a steer that just needs a few more days on feed. Then we'll round out this class here. Again, a steer here that is very tremendous. He's thick, he's stout. Yeah, I can't say much more about him, but a terrific steer.
Moving on out of this class, in no particular order, is Everly Soloway, number 78, and Katie Thompson, number 17. We're going to move into our third class of steers. Starting us out is number 13, Alexa Rice. Lisa Pardell at number 74. Eugene Lord, number 37. Vanessa Vassar, number 20. Stella Purdy, number 83. Number 36, Charlotte Lord. Ollie, number 3. And Hudson Martindale, number 10. Judges, your class is complete.
Again, give these kids a round of applause. A tremendous job they did bringing these steers out to us today. We start out here in this third place steer, a steer that's very attractive in his makeup. He's nice and clean through his lines. I'd just like to maybe thicken him out to the steers on top, but again, a terrific steer. My steer in fourth place, a big frame steer, a steer that could use a little bit more feed in him, but a steer that he extremely thick over that loin, deep into that ribs, and for that reason, he's sitting fourth. My fifth place steer here, a big Charlet steer cross, a steer that I could see him seeing another at least a month of feed on him, maybe better. He's a big framed. He's carrying lots of muscle in him. A steer that, I mean, he just might not grade that AAA here today, but it's certainly a steer that's very attractive. He's deep, he's long, lots of muscle in that calf. My fifth place calf, a calf that you really got to admire him for his look, his stoutness, his balance, but a calf that just gives up that overall performance to the steers on top in terms of dimension and length and thickness across. Then we follow up in these last two calves that just don't catch that finish for me to here today. A little green on that side, but again, these calves are going to go out and they're going to grow.
Advancing out of this class will be number 13, Alexa Rice, and number 10, Hudson Martindale. We're going to welcome in our fourth class of market steers for today. Coming in is number 75, Sarah Pardell, followed by number 38, Arthur Yans. Number 19, Kaylee Van Eiderstein. Number 79, Autumn Corey. #51, Jolene Gamache. Just wait. #16, Jesse Thiessen. #12, Jackson Pickard. And rounding out the class, number 67, Ezra Puetras Burial. Your class is complete.
Well, again, give these kids a round of applause. Very well deserving. The way I see it here today, we started in this third place here, a calf. I mean, you can't really flaw him in much to my steers on top, other than maybe he's a little more stale than the calves on top. The two on top are a little fresher looking than this calf. But again, a calf that's got a tremendous amount of rib in him. He's got some top in him. He certainly has deep enough into that lower third. Then we follow up into this fourth place steer, a big yellow steer, a steer that just gives up that overall condition that I'd like to see that my top three steers have. But again, you really got to admire the length and the depth and the thickness in this calf. We run into this trouble calf here for me, this fifth place calf, sorry. A calf that really profiles really nice, but you get your hands on this calf, he gets a little thin in that loin and a little softer in those ribs. But again, a calf that's got an extremely amount of ribeye in him, and he's deep into that lower third. He's got some rear quarter muscle to him, a calf that's going to yield very well. Followed in with this Hereford cross or Hereford calf, a calf that just breaks up for me a little bit in terms of his muscle structure and his bone structure. But again, a calf that's adequately finished. He's got enough ribeye in him. He's thick on that loin. He's deep. Just the calf, like I said, just gives up some of that structure soundness that I'd like to see on these calves. Then we follow in with these two calves here, the tail end. Calves that just need some more condition on them, some more time in the feed bucket. But calves that are certainly are going to catch a grade.
Congratulations, number 75, Sarah Pardell, and 17, Jesse Thiessen. These two will be returning to our championship drive in no particular order. Moving on to class number 5. Number 43, Julie Pelchat. Number 14, Annika Shaw. 80, Amelia Elash. 46, Colton Mathis. 6, Taya Williams. 24, Zach Thiessen. 76, Layla Purdy. And rounding off the class today will be number 47, Jocelyn Mathis. Judges, your class is now complete.
Wow, what a bunch of good steers here. Give these kids a round of applause. As we go through these steer classes, as you can see, I'm leaving 2 or 3 steers out, and I will certainly talk about those calves at the right time in the final go-around. But we're going to start with this 4th place calf here, a calf. He's extremely thick. He's a stout. He's finished. Really a nice calf. He just gives up that overall performance and look that I like to see in my top 3 calves, but it's certainly a calf that is going to grade well and do well. Then we come into our 5th place calf, a calf here extremely nice in the makeup in terms of when you look at him from the broad of the side. But again, I like to drop him a little deeper into that rib cage and into that lower third and that hind quarter. But again, a calf that's certainly thick enough and long enough. Then we fall into our 6th place calf, a calf that just starts getting a little bit narrow in its makeup over that top and down into that lower third. As we follow through in the 6th and 7th place calves I find that just are not stout enough or thick enough in through that top loin and down in through that lower third in the hind quarter where a lot of that meat is preem dollars. So when you look at these calves, yes, profile from the side, they look really good, but when you get in behind them and get your hands on them, they're just not as thick or as finished as what I'd like to see in these classes. Thank you.
Returning to our championship drive will be number 43, Julie Pelchat, 80, Amelia Elash, and 24, Zach Thiessen. You're good. We're welcoming in our 6th class of market steers, which is going to be leading in by Natasha Kawchuk, number 25, followed by number 39, Theodore Jans. Number 8, Melody Brundage. Alexa Murray, number 11. Number 68, Tessa Lee. Number 4, Rhett Thompson. And number 23, Luke Brundage. Judges, your class is now complete.
No, I know so. Well, again, give this class a round of applause, well deserved. We got 7 tremendous steers in here, and we're going to start in here on this third place calf, a red calf. You really got to like the shape this calf has, the depth in the body, the overall stoutness of this calf. I think he just gives up a little bit of thickness over that top and into that lower third to my steers on top. But again, a terrific red steer. Followed in this speckled park steer, a steer that you really got to admire the amount of muscle that this calf carries, the thickness, how deep he is in that rib down into that lower third. He just gives up that overall power that these other steers on top have, but again, a terrific steer. Followed in that by this big sided black steer, a steer that's got a lot of rib to him, a lot of depth into that lower third, but a steer that gives up a lot of thickness to the steers on top. I just like to widen him out from top to bottom. Then we get into two yellow steers that are very similar in type and style, just giving up that overall performance, length of body and depth that the steers on top have. Thank you.
Moving out of this class in no particular order is Luke Brundage, number 23, and Melody Brundage, number 8. All right, we're going to continue on with our market steers, our class number 7, which is our last confirmation class of the day until our championship drive. First in will be number 72, Ellen Livingston. Wyatt Adrian, number 1. 81, Coralie. Maya Adrian, number 7. 77, Eli Reed. 22, JC Babb. And 71, Andren Livingston. Judges, your final class is complete.
Well, again, give these kids a round of applause on our last class here of market steers. We're going to start out here in this third place, a black calf here. You really like the thickness in this calf. He's deep. He's well finished. He just gives up the overall thickness that my two steers on top half, but again, a very good functional steer. My white steer here in fourth place, a steer that just gives up the overall balance that I'd like to see to come up any further in this class, but again, a steer that's adequate deep. He's long and certainly packing a lot of muscle. We get into this sixth place calf, actually this black calf here. He just gives up that overall performance that I'd like to see. He's a little rougher made. He's not as smooth as you can see in the other steers, but again, a steer that's packing some muscle as well. We round out this class with these last two steers that just give up that overall finish and condition I'd like to see on them today. They're a little narrower made than these other steers in the class. Again, thank you.
Moving on in no particular order is number 22, J.C. Babb, and number 72, Ellen Livingston. We are now going to go to our parade of champions. We're going to ask that these two remain in the ring. Oh, sorry. Coralie, not Ellen Livingston. I'm so sorry about that. Coming back into the ring is Amelia Elash, number 80, Zach Thiessen, number 24, Luke Brundage, number 23, and Melody Brundage, number 8. As well as joining us in the arena, 21, Isaac Williams. Oh my gosh, I can't see. Number 78, Avery Soloway. Number 41, Hannah Pelshaw. Number 75, Sarah Pardell. Number 16, Jessie Thiessen. Number 13, Alexa Rice. Number 17, Katie Thompson. Number 10, Hudson Martindale. And number 43, Julie Pelshaw. And this is your parade of champions.
Well, let's give these kids a round of applause. It's quite an accomplishment. When you go 210 days feeding these calves, you tend to fall in love with them or hate them. But at the end of the day, it's all worth it because it makes you better leaders in the community. And as you don't realize it now, but as you get older, you'll extremely think about what 4-H has done to you in the years that you've been in it. I still remember back in '79 when I had my first steer. That's a long time ago. And it wasn't about making it here at Achievement Day. It was about coming here, having fun, and showing your project, and making friends throughout that whole process. I spent 15 years as a leader and 9 years in the club. So I did base a lot of my talent, I want to say, around the 4-H programs. So what I've done here is I sorted out a number of steers in the center here. Those are the steers that I feel are very worthy and deserving to stand in that championship round. And I am going to go out and pick my grand and reserve out of those steers. I'm going to sit here and talk about this steer that's running loose with the flag on the tail. A steer that you really got to admire the amount of muscle, the thickness, the balance, the structure of this calf. I'd only like to straighten out those hind wheels, so in my mind that comes to the hooks and pins. As soon as you turn those hooks and pins up a bit, that calf's legs will straighten out. But again, a very good solid calf. Then we follow up with this black staff calf here. You're next, right? You were next. It's been a long day for lots of us. But again, a great job by this young lady. Then we follow up here in this other black calf here, a calf you really got to admire for the amount of depth and the length in him. He just gives up a little bit in that flank compared to some of the steers in here. But again, a tremendous calf. He's thick, he's stout, well marbled. Great job on that calf. Then we get into this red calf. I really love the soundness and the softness of the rib in this calf and the thickness in his loin. He just really gives up a little bit in that depth of flank that I would like to see. But again, a steer that's got adequate length, adequate muscle, really good steer. Then we follow into this red white face calf. A calf, I really love the presence of this calf. He's thick over that top. He's got a good front end in him. Again, he just is not as smooth made as some of the other steers, but a steer that certainly deserves to be in this rink here today. As we get into this red calf here, Clyde, I believe his name is. We've had a little fun all day with this calf. I really love the performance in this calf, the eye appeal. He really comes out and he really grabs your attention. But when you get in behind him, he falls out a little bit in that thickness in that rear quarter to some of the steers above. But again, a steer that is tremendously finished, good loin, lots of rib in that calf. Then we get into this big yellow calf, a calf that's got adequate finish to me in my terms. Just a calf that gives up that overall thickness or balance that I like to see in these calves. He looks a little green here today, and that might be just because of the water and the stress put on him. But again, a terrific calf. Two more down there. Yeah, here we go with this black calf standing right in front of the crowd. He was my third pick in that class. I mean, you really got to admire that calf, his balance, the structure, his whole type, his phenotype. He's clean in that front. He's adequate thick. He's deep in that flank. And as I asked the young lady, what would you like to do with that calf, change in that calf? It was in your mind. And she told me exactly what I was thinking. She'd like to add a little bit of length and put a little bit more frame in that calf. But a tremendous calf. He's well finished, good muscle, excellent job. Then we follow up in this other big calf, bald face calf. I really love the thickness and the stoutness, the depth of rib in that calf. He's really deep in that loin. He's clean in that front. He's just a little coarser made than a bunch of these calves in here, but he still deserves the right to be in this class here today. Tremendous job on that calf. So now we're going to get into this middle row of calves. These calves here, in my mind, are very equally in terms of balanced, finished. They're nice, solid calves that can go out and do anybody any good anywhere. So when we get in and we talk about, I believe there's speckled parks in the front. You got a calf that's in the front there. He's really got a big hip in him. He comes nice over that top. He's deep in that flank, really deep in the rear quarter, and nice and stylish up front. Then we get into the next calf. A calf, he loses a little bit in that rear quarter and that flank, but a calf that's tremendously long. He's clean, nicely balanced, nice show calf. Then we got into this roan, blue roan, tremendous muscle, lots of rib, really clean in that front end. If I was to change anything about that calf, I might add a little bit lower third quarter on that calf. But again, you look at the muscle pattern, the thickness, tremendous calf. Now we get into this big solid red calf. I think he might be the heaviest calf here. I'm not quite sure. But again, a calf, he's so much power in him. He's carrying it, and he carries it so well. He's really thick over the top. He's soft made. You get your hands on him, really softly made, lots of marbling. And then you get your hands on that loin, and I'll tell you, there's a lot there to be admired. He really puts himself together really, really nice. Then we follow up in this black calf right behind him. A calf, I really like the rib in him. He's soft made. He's clean in the front. I maybe just add a little bit of lower third in that calf. But again, a calf that, I mean, he could place anywhere in here today. He's nice. He's balanced. He's eye appeal. Really sound structured calf. Then we follow up with this calf walking around, the dirty hind end calf. A calf, you really got to like the muscle structure on the top of that calf. Now, when you get your hands on him, he'll surprise you because he's got a loin there that's tremendously thick. He's deep in that rib, and he carries it nice and low in that third quarter where all these high cuts of meat are. Now, that stylish calf here, the red-white face, you really like the performance in that calf. He catches your eyes as soon as he walks into that ring. And you really got to like the rib in him. He's soft, he's made, and again, that rib eye in him, and then that loin. You get your hands on him, and you'll have a handful. So again, calves that certainly deserve to be in this ring here today. And I think you give these kids another round of applause for the job they've done. And the other most important thing is that the parents, the grandparents, and the families that bring this and make this what it is here today. Because if it wasn't for you, this show would not happen. And I'd like to thank you for having me here to judge the show and sort through these calves. It was a pleasure all day long. So thank you once again, and I'll go out and select my grand in reserve.
Your grand champion steer is going to Miss JC Babb. And your reserve champion steer goes to Luke Brundage. I'd like to thank Kevin Wersta for coming out here and judging our show today. As it is that time, we are going to have our supper at 5:30, so hang tight. And right behind me is Mr. Miles Woke, and I would really like to make note that over the years he's been here for probably the past five years auctioneering our show and sale, so he's a really good friend of the district now. And I just would like to acknowledge that he is a major sponsor of this district, donating his time and his overall energy to us for free from Woke Ranch. All you members are able to exit the ring now, and champions, please hang back for some pictures.